Welcome. So, yeah, I'm still dealing with the broken streaming software. I'll show you guys what I mean. I've tried contacting Streamlabs in the last week, like 4 times, and they haven't come back to me. So, I don't know. I'm this close to just thinking what other streaming softwares are out there. Anyways, welcome. Um, yeah, I'll show what I mean. Let me do this real quick so you can see the entire screen. Like, if you have my streaming software, right? Just regular Streamlabs OBS. Like, this looks all fine, right? Now, look what happens as I move to a different view. This just stays empty. That's what should be filling up with the stream view. And if I now go back to the view what I would normally use, there we go. Now I can't switch between my scenes. I cannot do anything. And I have to go back in here and then do this again. And then sometimes it comes back. And then other times I do this, it doesn't. And then it's blank again. It makes no sense. So I basically just asked Streamlabs on like X or Twitter, whatever you want to call it. I asked them like, yo, what's up with this? And they said, yo, you can file a support ticket on our support website. I was like, yeah, I already did that. But that is also not working. So let me tell you what happened with that. I filed a support ticket on their website because I was like, well, this is obviously not right. Let me just file a support ticket and maybe I can fix it that way. But because I am logged in with my YouTube to Streamlabs, it had made it had put like some Google Pages email address, like some arbitrary randomized automated email address or something that Google creates for every Google account. Even though there's a different email address linked to the account as the primary email address, but for some reason Streamlabs just picked that weird email address. And I was like, after filing my support ticket, I was like, well, I would like to get updated as soon as they replied. So let me fix that. Let me put in my actual email address, which I did. Okay, send you a verification email address, asks you to verify it, and I'm like, okay, cool. Go to my email, click the verification link, and I get a 403 forbidden error. I'm like, what the hell, Streamlabs? So now I cannot see my support ticket, and I cannot see the answer that they will send me as soon as they get to me. So I sent them a message again. I was like, hey, Streamlabs, what's up with that? Could you help me out? Because I would like to see your reply as soon as you reply to this. But they've been tweeting all day or posting on X all day, but not replying to me. So whatever. I'm a bit fed up with it at the moment. But it's weird. Like, nothing has changed on my end. The only thing that has changed is Streamlabs has updated. That's the only thing. So you would think it would probably be Streamlabs then. That is the issue. But whatever. We got it working now. I can see everybody. I can see the chat. I can see my things. So that's good. I just want to have a bit of a chill stream today. It's storming out here, so I hope the mic doesn't pick that up. But we'll see. Let's just what should we do today? What should we make? Like I said, some minimal drum and bass, which we could do. We could also make it a little bit more. Maybe go for a bit more. What do we have? Electric piano, maybe. To start off with. Let's see. That is an E minor. That. Something like that could be cool. I think I want to have the quiet velocities because that sounded quite cool. It's just that. So we're just doing E minor to A minor, which is the 1 to the 4 of the scale. Let's make this one a little bit quieter. Why do we have... Oh, there's some leftover bits here. That is not... And let's adjust these so that this one hits roughly on the beat there. That on the beat. Yo, Medic, what you doing? Streamlabs is slow like usual. They're really slow. Streamlabs is not leaving a great impression on me lately.
Good July, Merry X, まずメゾフォルテ。
Merry Christmas as well, Medic. Well, it's still a little before, but thanks anyways. Did you seriously just send in 2 donations? Or... because I'm seeing 2. I'm seeing 2 in my... in the chat. Is that correct? Yeah, looks like it's correct. Nice. Thanks, mate. Yeah, the level was a little bit loud, but that's also maybe because the level of this electric piano is pretty quiet. So I was playing at like really low velocities, and we probably want to boost this up a little, so you guys have a little bit more volume. I also need to make sure it's not bleeding into the mic. That looks about right. But yeah, thanks, Medic, and Merry Christmas to you as well, and everybody else, by the way. See how slow it is? There was no message with that one, so thanks for that one as well. Here we go for this vibe. Kind of works. I'm thinking, what if we do... What if we do an A there, which is... We're going to A minor here, so... Oh yeah. That's kind of cool. We'll just grab one and then we'll see which one works. What? Medic, did you get your paycheck or what?
メイクイットワーク、クリスマスカー
Medic, the big earner here. Thanks, Medic. And cowbell. I'm not sure if cowbell will work. What I have in mind, but let's do that. And then we just add one there. Okay. Let's group that one to a drum rack. Because those two sound kind of similar. Let's just do gate. Turn that off. Okay. That's so annoying that the settings for those different. I changed the default settings. So let me just do that. Now they're both the same. There we go. Let's chuck some drum break in or something, see what we get. It's always a good thing to start with. maybe. Oh, I kind of like that as well. Let's just fix that real quick. Can even delete this one, for instance, delete that transient, because I don't like that extra hit there. That's better. Let's slice that one to MIDI. Yes. Okay, we'll see. We'll see what we'll do with that, but for the intro it might work. Let's... Sure, why not? I'm thinking where we're gonna take this one. Working on a track that lasts over years? What do you mean? You? Not sure if I want to have a breeze here. Let's see. How are we gonna start? Let's think. Are we gonna just start like this? I think I'll start with... Maybe I'll have some of the hats in here. We'll want to have a kick now. Let's grab a serum real quick. Mm, 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 mm. So that there, and you that, you one there, that. Bring it up a little. Wait, let me just do this. That. If we're an E, then let's do +4 -3. There we go. No, we'll leave that. Okay. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Let's go and I guess we're gonna automate this one. Yo Greedo, yo Aduken. And Medic says, what about that cowbell? Pitch it, delay, plus some other effects. Maybe, but I want to see where this leads me for now. Okay, what if we add a bit of an extra snare as well? Let's take that. Yeah, I think I go here. Kind of a snare we're gonna do. Kind of nice. Oh. Set it to beats, and then we can put this in like that. Grab a frequency shifter. See if we can make it better by adding a fundamental to it, like subtly. Don't want it too much, but grab that one. Let's try just E as well. We're gonna go for that pitch. And now, let's see if we can just solo these two. Okay. What if we... something like that. Damn, what the fuck? That was almost like a bomb. It's getting close to New Year's Eve again, so people are going nuts again here. But that did not sound legal. One bit. I could also do this with like an LFO tool, which probably would be a little bit better, but... hey, this works too. Okay, and then let's do this. Pink noise maybe. Something like that. Just chuck that on here. Let me... right. That. Make it pretty fast probably, and then just see if we can make the two work together. Which is probably going to be quite difficult, but let's see. Or we can do a completely different snare, but see what we get. These two. Why does it sound... Oh, that is the... Of course. I was like, why does it sound different there? Let's do that. We'll just do that. Actually hear the full thing. Bye bye, top notch. You've really contributed a lot this stream. Okay, I think that should be alright for now. I might go for a different snare though. I think maybe going for like a clap instead would be nice as well. But we'll see. What if we just chuck this on the heads here? And then we can also just make that... Yeah, I don't like that snare at all, but we can make this continue like that. So it just keeps rising. Let's make a different, or grab a different one here. Let's see what else we have. Let's just do that. And do this. There we go. I could try and make the one in this break work actually. Kind of works as well. But I kind of want to have something similar to that one, just a bit bigger. And that layers nicely with that one. But I think we could probably find something. Let's go see if I have one in the pack that I'm working on. Let's see what else we have. I have another folder here with like all kinds of something like that. That's too low. Definitely not that. Go to the top here. I think there's a couple more useful ones here. These rim shots, maybe? Maybe we can make that one work. Where are you? Let's grab that on here. Oh, let's loop that. Still don't like it. But maybe if we add a layer to it. Group this. Let's search for clap. That's better. Top notch, why are you just saying random words in the chat that have nothing to do with anything? Maybe a bit too big of a clap, that one. I guess that one works pretty okay. Just gotta play with this position. Maybe there. See how that comes in now. He's spitting facts. I'll just call it snare, doesn't matter. Dun, dun, dun. Okay, it's a bit loud at the moment. Back in here. Actually wants less of it for some reason. that's fine too. Sure. Okay. I'm thinking what kind of thing we're gonna do with this. Where we're gonna go from here. Yeah, you know, every Friday, that is, well, you know, if somebody has plugins that they use a lot, then they will be opening up that plugin a lot. It's pretty easy to see why that happens, right? Where is the grid? What grid? You're not really making a lot of sense. Let's go and do... One thing I am quite happy with, the latest current updates seem to have fixed the crashing issue. So minimal audio, thanks for that one. I can finally use this one without it crashing the entire time, so that's quite nice. Let's see, let's just make these... That... Do that, and then we'll remove these. Let's just do that. Okay, let's see what we can do. Let's actually a little of this here. You can hear what we are having in the wavetable, maybe just a little bit. Do they haven't fixed the envelope delay after distortion yet though, right? What? Envelope delay after distortion? I'm not entirely sure what you mean. I haven't really seen any issues with that. What do you mean with that? I don't need distortion on here, to be honest. Maybe we can use that somewhere, but okay, we're gonna move on here. I think I want to keep this continue, but maybe without the top notes. So, like, if I just let's just do this, and then if I do that, and just mute these top ones for now, so that we just get the bass notes here. Here we're just gonna build up towards the drop. We'll probably have like some effects thing coming in here. And then maybe here we'll have a very subtle filtered drum thing maybe coming up. And then the drums will come back in there. Now what probably would be good is to go into this break, because right now it's just layering with that kick, and with the snare as well. So let's just set up our sidechain real quick. Oh, free effects, there we go. And let's see what we get if we just do a subtle bit of compression on the break. So basically, if you were trying to create a plucky sound and apply distortion on it, there would be a delay on the filter envelope within the plugin caused by the distortion. Oh, I honestly haven't really noticed that, but like like if you would apply the envelope post distortion, you probably mean. Like, so if you would have like a patch and then have like distortion on it and then an envelope behind the distortion, probably. Like, I'm not sure. I would assume that the effects inside of current are... Yes, exactly. Yeah, I would assume that the effects in current are like zero latency, but I'm not entirely sure. So maybe there's something happening there, you know? But I haven't really noticed that, so maybe it is maybe it is just happening, but I haven't really done that. That could be the case. Damn. Yeah, now I can also hear that we probably want to have a little bit of an extra layer to that snare, but might be just something. Also, in here, let's make sure that is quantized. Probably want to do that here as well. Oh. There we go. But yeah, just you know, just they'll probably get back to you. You know, I'm not sure if they have like a support forum as well. I'm not entirely sure about that, but usually I just send them a message on Twitter as well. That's usually how I talk to them. It's just the easiest for me, you know. But they also, you know, they do well, me and Minimal Audio do talk quite a bit every now and then about like the plugin and about like things that could be cool for the future and stuff like that. So might be that they'll respond to me a bit quicker than you, but I guess that's also a little understandable. They do have a forum. Oh, nice. But even that, like, I find they're pretty responsive most of the time. So I'm tempted to put a portal on this thing, see what we get. Of course, we get that. No portal on this one. We're just gonna leave that like that. Yeah, where do we take this from here? What kind of a drop should we go for? I kind of wanted to go for something a bit darker than this though, but hey. Let's just see real quick, because we need something that is gonna inspire us, otherwise we're gonna get stuck. So, let's see. Can we find a vocal sample? I have downloaded a bunch of new... I mean, that is gonna bring us probably into a bit of a darker vibe. I downloaded some of those old movie things. What was this one? I think this was a safety video on F-16 fighter jet fuel. Let's just go and open it up. I remember downloading this one, and I remember that the voice of the voiceover of the video documentary was or documentary, what is it? It was like an instructional video or something. But I remember that the voice was actually pretty alright for like sampling. So Yeah, I'm not entirely sure where we should take this, so I'm just gonna go and try some other stuff, and we'll get back to this. But let's just see if we can find something cool to maybe play around with. So here we got F-16 fighter jet EPU H-70 hydrazine fuel hazards Titan missile fuel. Okay, let's see what we get.
The F-16 is a new addition to our inventory of fighter aircraft. It is a multi-role tactical fighter with full air-to-air and air-to-ground combat capabilities. One difference between the F-16 and other fighter aircraft in our inventory is that the F-16 has an electronic flight control system. Instead of mechanical linkage between the pilot
we just need like a little tiny bit that we can do something with.
And the flight control services, flight control actuators receive signals through a fly-by-wire system. This system reduces aircraft weight and allows for greater combat maneuverability at high speeds. The aircraft is powered by one turbofan engine which supplies thrust.
Yeah, I think it was going to talk about some safety stuff or something.
Should experience engine failure, electrical failure, or hydraulic failure,
we might have some
emergency power
things
unit,
there.
or EPU, is automatically activated to supply emergency hydraulic and electrical power for the flight control system. This allows the pilot to maintain control of the aircraft. The fuel used to power the EPU is referred to as H-70, a mixture of hydrazine and water. Hydrazine is a toxic chemical. Hydrazine is a toxic chemical, and it has the potential to be hazardous. The potential to be hazardous. It has the potential to be hazardous.
It could maybe be cool there.
And it has the potential to be hazardous.
Maybe.
But it's not the only toxic chemical used.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure where I want to go,
but
so
it's not the only toxic chemical used by Air Force people. Toxic chemical used by Air Force people. These chemicals can be used safely with appropriate procedures and training. Used in military, and it's had many uses in commercial industry.
A lot of background noise there.
In many Air Force Titan missile maintenance operations, full protective clothing is required. The routine maintenance of the F-16 EPU system design permits maintenance personnel to work with a minimum of personal protective equipment. However, in unusual situations or an emergency situation, personnel must have complete personal protection as well as a fundamental understanding of the hazards of hydrazine exposure. What are the hydrazine dangers? Dangers. If you're unprotected and exposed to high concentrations of hydrazine vapor for
this could be taken so much out of context if we just take the first part.
if you're unprotected exposed to high concentrations of hydrazine vapor for short periods, you may experience dizziness and nausea. If you're unprotected, you may experience dizziness and nausea.
We can splice something together from a lot of things here.
Liquid contact may cause skin burns or eye damage.
But I think we already had some cool one here.
And it has the potential to be hazardous. Hazardous.
Maybe we can do something with that. Oh, we can also... Doesn't matter.
Hazardous. hazardous, 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 hazardous.
Idea. Let's do. Let's do that. Oh, it is learning. Should be. Not. You grab the VST2 one because for some reason Isotope VST3 plugins act a little weird on my computer. Like they also don't. When I click inside of the VST3 plugin, then it also doesn't want to use the spacebar for like playing audio. Another one of those weird things. Okay, there we go. Now that is captured. So if we now grab this and paste that on here.
Hazardous.
And that's
hazardous, 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 hazardous. And it has the potential to be hazardous.
Take that entire part. Yeah, exactly. Like in the VST2 plugin, there's like no issues whatsoever, but in the VST3, it just doesn't register the spacebar as soon as I've clicked inside of the plugin window. And it does that for every Isotope plugin. And it's the only plugin where it does that. The only developer where it does that. Like none of my plugins do that except for Isotope. And it's not just one plugin of them, it's like every single one. So they do something with how they make their plugins that, I don't know, does that. And I'm also not the only one that has that issue. I looked online and I saw a lot of people that had the exact same issue. And it's the same thing. Just use the VST2 and it's gone. So, kind of weird.
Hazardous.
Probably gonna have to go with a slightly different vibe than what we were doing, but let's see.
And it has the potential to be hazardous. And it has the potential to be hazardous. And it has the potential to be hazardous.
That could go pretty well. Let's see, what kind of a vibe are we gonna do if we're gonna go and use this? Because this could definitely work as a vocal. Vocals. Oh. Put that in there as well.
And it has the potential to be hazardous.
Let's stick with the same key, but we're gonna go and do something else. So let's do... let's start with... Just do another current. Quickly gonna check on that so I can see what the wavetables are doing. Okay, that one could maybe good. Mm-hmm. Okay, cool. Let's just that. Do we got something cool that we can put into? Something that we can make some atmosphere out of. Or we can just open up a current and do that in there. Oh wait, I have an idea. Let's grab a contact. Is the minimal audio hybrid filter worth it as a standalone purchase? Yeah, I mean, that depends. I guess that depends on if you can, well, if you would need it, if you use that a lot. Like, I don't know, like I wouldn't really use it as a standalone, so for me, no. But I think the beauty of the effects in general is just the combination of having the modulation of current with the effects. So as standalone, you don't really get that. But there are a couple of ones that I do like the, which one is it? Well, I hope that they're gonna make the chorus into a standalone one, because I kind of want to have that one. Because that one's kind of nice. Because it allows you to not only high pass the chorus, but also low pass it at the same time. So you kind of get like a band passed chorus, which is kind of nice, because if you have like a bass sound and you just want to add a little bit of width, but only in like the mid frequencies, so that the high frequencies are not gonna get like washed out, but stay like nice and and crunchy, for instance, if maybe you've already added like some distortion, then having like the chorus band passed is kind of nice, because then you, well, obviously don't smear out the high end. So I hope that they release that one pretty soon. But the filter one I haven't really used as a standalone. Let's make some atmosphere. We're gonna go and just grab that one, why not? It's gonna be pretty quiet, but bear with me. I'm gonna fix that. Vintage Verb has some pretty nice new modes here. They added 2 new modes, and they both sound pretty nice. They're pretty, yeah, how to say it? Like they're pretty loud and like big right from the start. Like if we compare that to the regular concert hall, yeah, how that one is a lot more. I don't know. It's like a bit more subdued compared to like this one that they added. And then they also added the chamber. Pretty nice as well. Give it a bit of reverb. And let's add... Actually, maybe... Kind of like it when it's... And the attack is pretty soft like that. Because of the reverb. And then let's grab... Max for Life. Granular. Put you on here. Arturia released a temporary free plugin today, Arturia EFX Refract. Oh, you now reminded me of something that we can definitely try out right now. Output also did something. And it's also free, at least for the time being. Let me go to there real quick. Output. Yo. Output. Oh, let me log in. Output also did something. They made an AI thing for generating stuff, but before you say, oh no, not another AI thing, this is not generating just a piece of music. This generates a sample pack for you based on what you feed it. So you tell it something. So let's just say, What are we doing? We need some, and we can see if it gives us some inspiration. Let's just do dark, atmospheric, DMB intro, pad. 172 BPM, and let's do an E minor. And let's just say generate. And what this will do is it's going to generate 4 packs. It will give you a preview of the full thing. And you can play that, of course, here and just decide which one you like and which one you don't. Then you can download it, and it will download a pack that contains the full mix of what you just played, but also the stems. And then it will also include a separate folder with samples that are sort of like, I guess, the individual stems. It will also include like samples based upon those stems, which is quite interesting. So it's like a different approach to it. Like it's not just making you a piece of music, right? So let's see what it spits out. I haven't really, well, I haven't really used it a lot yet. But let's see. Okay, not really my thing. And I'm not too fussy if the drums in it are shit, because we can just take those out. Kind of like a part of that. So let's just say download on that one. Don't like that it added a lot of drums in everyone. Let's do what can we do? We can also just leave DMB out. So let's do haunting. Haunting. What are we gonna do? Let's just do. Let's just give it very little. See what happens. And at the same time, I'm quickly gonna make myself a folder where I can save these. Let's put them in here. There. Let's make a new folder. Okay. Here. What has it done now? Okay, interesting. Might actually be able to use that. Oh, that was not what I wanted to do. I think if as soon as I add in DMB, it's also gonna add in drums. So let's not do that. Let's just leave that out. This website is Output Co-Producer. So you can go to coproducer.output.com, and that's where you can find this. And it's basically just another AI kind of thing, but instead of generating just a piece of music for you, it generates a sample pack. And I'll show you in a bit. We'll go and check out what it has spit out when we have a couple of things. Let's just download a couple, and then we'll see what's in the packs that it actually downloads. Like the base layer is maybe a bit much, but some of the background things there could be interesting. As like a little thing to grab some inspiration from. See, there's some weird strings in there that could be interesting. Cool, let's just download that one as well, and then we have a bunch of ones. I'm quickly going to put them in the folder and unpack them. Let me open up my downloads folder. And let me just grab all of these. Is that all of them, by the way? Should be all of them. Yeah, that's all of them. And then let me drop them in this folder right here. So it gives you a pack that is roughly like 60 megabytes. So let's see what's in them. Let's extract to separate folder for each one. And then let me go back. We'll go here so that you can actually see the thing here. They should be in here. But that goes down a little bit too far. Let me... Can I... Do I really have to do this? There we go. Now it's further at the top. So it comes with like see, it comes with like if you open one of these, you have track stems and you've got a sample pack. So track stems will just have the full mix of whatever it is. And then the individual layers. They're pretty quiet. Let me boost that a little. See, so you've got those individual layers. But then in the sample pack, see, there's another folder for each one of these. And what is this? I guess it just gives you some more samples. That are like similar to the one that is in the full thing. Is one of those actually the same? Wait. It's not even in here. Huh, interesting. So it actually gives us more. Interesting. See, we get completely different drums included as well. Interesting. So I did this arpeggio one in the original stem sound pretty interesting, and the vocal effects, I guess. So let's see what we have in this folder. See, that stuff, that's pretty usable. I wonder if you use the exact same prompts twice, if it'll give you different results. Well, I think so, because at the bottom of the results that you have, it actually tells you, it gives you like a button, a link to click, or like a piece of text to click, where it just says, do you want to generate 4 more? And then it just generates 4 new ones. So I think it does. Some of these are pretty interesting, actually. Like, that could be a weird intro percussion thing, right? Like, we have this thing, but... like, if we just take that out, put something in here, let's just grab that one. And you could just start manipulating that further. Does it? And I feel like a lot of these, like I tried a couple of other AI generating tools, and I wasn't too impressed with most of them. This one I'm actually more impressed with. Mostly because it like really just generates samples. But it also seems to generate relatively usable ones. See? And they're actually in E minor, like we said. So they actually all seem to be in the right key, which is also something that the other ones that I tried didn't do every single time. Okay, this one has only one only one stem. Because it just decided to just make, oh, whoa, and it has included a lot of samples in this one. Like, a lot. Risers. Impact sounds. What else do we have? Another one with only one thing, and then it includes different samples from the look of it. Interesting. Oh, even vocals. That's actually really interesting. I wonder if these are like actually generated from scratch or not. Or if it just picks from like a library, but I don't know. Especially those vocal ones. Like, Interesting. What are these ones? If I chuck this in, pretty quiet, but we can fix that. I'm actually quite amazed with what this thing generates. Yeah, I have a feeling as well. They're too good compared to a lot of the other AI tools that I tried. Maybe they have like a source database of like sounds, and it applies like different sort of like processing to it to kind of make them slightly different from each other every time. I'm not sure. Like even that. Like that's just a perfect loop. Like if it has literally generated that from scratch, I would be pretty impressed. Okay, let's check, because that sample is also in the stems. Is that exactly the same? Gentle strings. Let's just balance these. I don't think they're the same, honestly. Although they look pretty similar, but they're not the same, see? So it is doing something to... I think we figured it out. I think they do have a database of sounds and loops maybe, and it applies some kind of processing to it. Maybe with Portal and Thermal behind the scenes. Who knows? Probably not, but they probably might have done something. Like, see how the stem looks more granular? Like there's something that or it's like there's some modulation applied to it. Because I think these are the same sample if we look at it, see? But it has a more like 8-note kind of... So, I mean, I guess that's what they're doing. But still, it would be nice if it actually generated it from complete scratch. That would be amazing if it did that. But still, some of the things that it has created are pretty interesting. Let's go, and I'm gonna go for something more. What do we have? We had some here. I wish these were a little bit louder. Maybe. Okay, where's the... Let's just go back to our contact thing that we were playing around with before we got distracted. We were making atmosphere. And then we got completely distracted. But yeah, it is free. So, at least for now. They're probably gonna make it a paid thing later, because it's currently in beta. add a and a third maybe. Yeah, that's gonna be nice. Let's do that. Let's resample this thing. Or should we? Should we wait a little with resampling? Let's just add a filter. Yeah, I kind of like that, but make that stay a little bit lower.
And it has the potential to be hazardous.
Oh yeah, we had a vocal. That's right. Completely forgot about that one.
And it has the potential to be hazardous.
Should we leave that one like that? Then let's grab.
And it has the potential to be hazardous. 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 Hazardous.
Well, let's just do it with delay. Fuck it, it's easier. Try the echo. That one can go pretty long. There. Let's actually group that. Just create another chain for the dry chain. And then let's go.
Hazardous, 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 hazardous.
Go off dotted maybe. Notes.
Hazardous, 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 hazardous.
Go maybe above 100%.
Hazardous, 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 hazardous.
Only annoying thing is that it will keep going, so let's just automate the feedback. Let's just automate that to go up. Like something like that.
Hazardous, 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 hazardous. And it has the
And let's go and down a bit maybe.
Hazardous, 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 hazardous.
It gets too loud.
Hazardous.
But we also have an output here, so
hazardous, 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 hazardous. Hazardous, 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 hazardous.
what else can we add to it?
Hazardous, and it has the.
We can I can just mute that thing where I want it to stop. Do that.
Hazardous, 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 hazardous.
Else could be cool.
Hazardous, hazardous,
Ring delay
hazardous,
after this.
hazardous, 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 hazardous. And it has hazardous, 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 hazardous,
Maybe something like that.
hazardous, hazardous, hazardous. Hazardous, 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 hazardous,
Ring.
hazardous, hazardous,
Oh, yeah.
hazardous, 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 and it has the potential to be hazardous. Hazardous, 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 hazardous.
Now,
hazardous,
because we've done it like this, I can also change the timing. Can we turn that off? The repitch thing? Don't think we can. Character. Oh yeah, repitch. There we go.
Hazardous, 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 hazardous.
Could we maybe go dotted?
Hazardous, 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 hazardous. Hazardous, 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 hazardous.
No,
Hazardous.
don't like dotted.
Hazardous, 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 hazardous. Hazardous, 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 hazardous.
Let's try some reverb on it as well.
Hazardous, 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 hazardous. Hazardous, 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 hazardous,
Oh. Okay, weird. I can keep dragging up here.
And it has the potential to be hazardous.
Okay.
Hazardous, 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 hazardous.
We get a bit of fresh air in here. Seems the storm has calmed down a little bit outside, so let's hope it doesn't blow my window open. It was really storming quite heavily earlier.
Hazardous, hazardous,
Okay, it also wants to
hazardous, hazardous.
go there, I think.
Hazardous, hazardous,
Yeah.
hazardous, hazardous, hazardous. Hazardous, 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 and it has the potential to be hazardous.
Okay, this thing, I think I'm gonna resample this thing. Let's just turn these off so that we get the full pad like that. Let's set the input to that track, and then we'll resample that one. It doesn't matter if it's still going. Probably just take part of this, loop it.
And it has the potential to be hazardous.
Like this section is nice and sustained. This section it kinda wasn't. It actually just keeps sustaining. Let's just make it go a little more so that we have a nice long section that we can use. Because this section is pretty much what we need, like how it sounds here, I guess. It's just, that's fine. Probably use this section. We can grab these.
Hazardous, 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 hazardous,
Let's
hazardous,
automate this a little bit different here. Let's do
hazardous,
good, and then from here up a bit more. See what that does. Nope.
hazardous, 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 and it has the potential to be hazardous. And it has the potential to be hazardous. And it has the potential to be hazardous.
Okay.
hazardous, 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 and it has the potential to be hazardous.
I want to have a bit of a noise thing happening right here on the start of this section. So let's just make it with this. Open up this one. Let's see. That one. Do anything, of course, it's noise. Let's we'll do probably a low pass on it. Oh, my bad. Sample. That should already be working. Okay. I want to have some movement on that low pass as well. So let's grab that. 1/2. Where do we go down? Wait, maybe we should do volume instead. Do that. No, that one.
Hazardous, 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 and it has the potential.
What should we do? Should we go? Probably go here. Here.
And it has the potential to be hazardous. And it has the potential to be hazardous. 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 and it has the potential to be hazardous.
Yeah, that could work. Little subtle rise here, maybe. Let's grab a riser sample. Let's put that in here. And then we'll put the position on a macro. Going up to about there-ish. Not all the way, because then it's going to loop back into the start. So just do like something like that. And then we'll add like a couple of layers. Just give those a tiny bit of that, so that they're slightly different position. And then we'll just add a bit of spray to it, so that they're a bit more randomized. And then if we bring the speed down to 0, then now we have a riser for exactly the length what we want. So we can just say rise, and then we can automate that macro for the duration of this. Just doing that, and then now we get a riser, and we can just chuck in a different one to test that one out. So these are just some sample pack risers. I don't even know where they're from. Let me check. They're just from a folder called long risers. Okay. Well, okay. I'm entirely sure, but they're from a folder called long rises. But they're basically just a bunch of risers in like the key of C. So when you drop them in a sampler, they'll already have like the right pitch. And then if you do it like this, you basically just have like a bunch of risers that you can quickly test out. But you can also make them in exactly the length that you want them to be. So even if the sample is like maybe 8 bars and you need a riser of 16 bars, you can make it 16 bars. Which is quite nice. So, and the other part that's quite nice is that of course you still have like the option to filter it afterwards or do other things to it. Layer it with like an oscillator or something. You do all kinds of stuff.
And it has the potential to be hazardous.
Fix that real quick. That one needs to go up until there, because we want that to cut out when the hazardous part hits. Maybe a little quieter.
And it has the potential to be hazardous.
We can just map some other stuff to the same macro. Maybe we want a little bit more.
And it has the potential to be hazardous.
Not all the way open, so that we don't have all the noise at the top, maybe. And what if we add a little bit of the same kind of movement to that one? So, a bit of that same kind of movement like that we did on like 1/2. Just add that to the level a little bit.
it has the potential to be hazardous.
Maybe. We can maybe do 1/4 on this one.
And it has the potential to be hazardous.
Or...
And it has the potential to be and it has the potential to be hazardous. And it has the potential to be hazardous. And it has the potential to be hazardous.
Not really liking this one. Take that off.
And it has the potential to be hazardous.
Doesn't want to cut out earlier. Right here. On the potential.
And it has the potential to be hazardous.
That could also work. And then we cut this one out there as well.
Hazardous. 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 Hazardous.
Okay, I'm gonna have to think about a drop.
And it has the potential to be hazardous.
I think I just saved. Yeah. I saved and hit duplicate at the same time. That's efficiency. Okay, so that should now be triggering. Okay, cool. Really have no clue what kind of drop we're gonna do. I did make some bases already in current. Yo, come on. There we go. Let's see what we have here. It's actually quite a nice sound.
And it has the potential to be hazardous.
We're gonna go and I'm gonna for now discard this break a little bit because I want to have something that's a bit more straight on the grid, like especially for like the first part of the drop, I think, where I really want to have it more like 8 notes or something as opposed to having the full shuffle. So I might want to be a little bit more subtle with that shuffle in the drop. Could work in the intro still, but...
And it has the potential to be hazardous.
Okay. Let's make some drums for here. I'm quickly gonna switch to my headphones so that we can hear the bass, because it's a little bit hard to hear on my speakers. Okay, let's do that.
And it has the potential to be hazardous.
And then can of course, if we do, what's the pitch envelope? This one? I think it is, yes, that's the pitch envelope. So if I just add a macro to that, because this is just the same thing. Yeah. What is that doing? That's on that. I mean, that's fine. If I now bring this down. Oh, wait. Okay. In that case, we can just duplicate this and make a variation that is that maybe, and then has no pitch envelope. Is that gonna work? No. No. Oh wait, there's something else mapped to here. Okay. Then we need to unmap that one. And we want to have that one on here.
Potential to be hazardous.
We'll see. This one could work, but let's see what other ones we have. Made a couple of more, I think. See what those sound like. This one could work, but it's not yet making me like, yeah, that's nice. I like it. Could work, but...
And it has the potential to be hazardous.
That one needs to make that one for some reason higher. Minimal audio's current is actually pretty nice for making minimal bass. I guess it's in the name. But there's some pretty nice wavetables in it. Oh, I just want to have something so that we can hear the patch. Let's take the sidechain off so that we can properly hear it. I just wish the preset loading was a little bit quicker. Oh, okay. We'll just make something instead. See, that's the thing. When it needs to load a new preset, it's pretty slow. Not sure if that's just on my machine, but let's think. What kind of a drop are we gonna go for? Let's listen to this real quick. I might also need to make a little bit better drums for this because that snare is just not doing it for me. It's good for the intro, but not for the drop.
Hazardous. 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 And it has the potential to be hazardous. And it has the potential to be hazardous.
Okay, let's go and make a snare real quick. The thing is, for snares, I do like Serum still, and for kicks as well. I do like minimal audio's current, but for drums, designing drums, Serum is still my go-to. And one moment, it started chucking down rain outside. Let me close the window. No, I still like Serum for that because I have a feeling that the envelopes just respond slightly different, and for some reason I get better drums out of Serum. Although Current is pretty good for like adding tills to snare drums, so we might actually do a combination of the two. But well, I mean, we can try in Current. Okay, let's try it. Can always do one in Serum instead. But let's see. So I actually have the wavetable that I want. Rounded square, that one. And then we don't want that. We want that there. That down. And then we'll use an envelope. Drag that on here. And do let's do a little bit of hold, and then it's gonna go down. It needs to be really quick, so probably even shorter than that. Oh, that might actually already be decent. Now, one thing for drums, you want to go into here, and you want to go into the advanced section here, and you want to go into here, and these two, you want to change them both to 8. So that is basically how quick the engine of the synth updates. So I think that's in milliseconds. So now it updates every 8 milliseconds, which is going to use more CPU. But then the envelopes are a lot more precise. So now we can get a bit more precise with that. And then we should take another one. Let's click auto here. Let's do another little bit of hold. And then we'll drop that down. And let's assign that to the pitch. Okay, let's bring that up a little. Now this is in the key of C, so let's pitch this up. I'm already getting a different sound than what I would get in Serum. It's like these envelopes just respond slightly different, which... Ah! That does what I want. If we set this from standard to one shot, then it sounds more like what I would expect it to do. And then we want to have a bit of noise. So let's do pink noise. There we go. And we'll take another envelope. Or actually, let's take a curve for this one so that we can do this. Or actually, no, we can use an envelope still. That gives us a bit more control, I guess. And I'm just going to stack two envelopes. So I'll just do one with a really short thing like this. That's going to create a click. We'll just chuck that on here. That can probably be even shorter. And then we'll take another one that does the tail, basically. Add that, and bring that down. Chuck that on here as well. And then we need to make that a lot shorter. But I still have a feeling that the pitch envelope responds different than in Serum. Like if we take that off. It doesn't feel as snappy as what I get in Serum, even though this is already really short. That's what I mean with that. But there's some other things that we can do in here that are pretty cool. So if we take, let's just take this here, that one through, and it's still pretty quiet, I know. But if we just that and boost it up a little bit. But what I do like about this one is that we can take the granular thing and we can just go in here. We can, let's actually go into the stream, go to sounds, and we can hit maybe sound effects. And then you're gonna get all these kind of weird things. Let's do Foley. And do we have, here we go. Like something like that, for instance. Let's throw that into the granular thing. And then we can chuck this on here. Do another envelope. Put that on the level here. And that might be a bit much. But let's... that... Let's send that through here as well. And we can mess with the speed here. Or we can just do all kinds of other stuff. But you can basically just add like pretty easy layers like that with this, which is quite helpful. So that's what I would like current for, but I don't like necessarily how my snares turn out inside of current. So we're just gonna go to theorem. Because that works so much better for me. Something like that on here. Oh yeah, and we want to have this one. Because that automatically gives it a bit more of like a snare drum kind of sound. As opposed to just a regular sine. And then we'll tweak that later. Let's go into here. Make it pretty fast. Gonna go on there. See how that immediately just sounds snappier? I literally just did the same thing in current, and it sounds completely different. I used the same wavetable, everything. But it... And I'm not using an envelope, I know, but even if I do it with the curve thing inside current, it still sounds completely different. Okay, sorry Top Notch, but I'm gonna give you a timeout because you're just spamming bullshit in the chat for the entire stream now. And I'm a bit done with it. So, goodbye. There we go. I think you could try to do a bass like Rub It Up from Grey. When a drop kicks in, the bass is slowly pitching up. Yeah, maybe we could do something with like a pitch bend thing. Sorry, I was just completely getting put off the entire time by all of the bullshit messages that were in the chat. I asked him before, like, why are you just posting crap in the chat the entire time? That either makes no sense or makes a slight bit of sense because it's slightly music related or something, you know, but it's not really applying to what I'm doing. He's also not asking a question or anything. It's just as if he's just spitting like music production jargon in the chat for no reason. So either it's a bot or I don't know. But hey, sometimes you have to do those kind of things. I would rather not, but you know, it is what it is. Probably a bot. Yeah, I don't know. I think I've seen his name before and he was just saying normal things, so I'm not sure. Maybe his account got hacked. That could also be a thing. Okay, now we can get back, but I need to piss, so I'm just gonna let you guys listen to this real quick, and I'll be back in like 30 seconds, one moment. And I also noticed this is all pretty quiet still, so might have to boost that for you guys later. I'll be back in just a little bit.
hazardous, 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 hazardous. And it has the potential to be hazardous. Potential to be hazardous.
Yeah, we'll see.
Hazardous. 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 Hazardous.
Okay, let's go back to here. Because that snare drum is not good enough yet. Let's okay, the drums are peaking at like roughly 0, so that's good. Let me make sure that the limiter is on. It's not really hitting it, but it's like the kick is hitting at like almost 0, so that's fine. I just need to make the other things a little bit louder, but let's make the snare drum first. So that's a starting point. Now we need some noise. Let's just grab pink noise, and we'll just grab this, and we'll put that on here. Like this already right now sounds better than the snare drum we had in current. It's literally just this, and this pitch envelope responds in a quicker way or something. It just responds more accurately. And I've already told Minimal Audio about it, and they want to get into it with me, so I'll see if I can get back into it with them and see if we can figure it out. Because it does sound like this is just, it just responds better or something. Like, I wasn't capable of getting it to sound like this in current, even though I was setting up the entire thing exactly the same. So now we want to have a high pass. Doesn't really matter which one. We just want to roll off some of that low end. Maybe we'll use 24. Okay, that works. Now obviously we want to have a layer to it. This is just the basis to a snare.
Potential to be
The start to a snare.
to be hazardous.
We can also maybe go for a different pitch. We could also say, if we put this on, I don't know, -1 and then +1, it's hitting on a B. Oh. Maybe we'll go with B. Okay, snare is still way too quiet. So also let me turn this off MPE because we're not gonna need that for this. Same for the kick. Let's see. What should we add to it? Something like that, maybe? what I can do here is I have... Basically what I did, I just went into Addictive Drums and I just bounced all of the snare drums that come with Addictive Drums and just basically just turned them into samples. I do like using Addictive Drums, but if I'm just... Lately, I just find using some audio in there is a lot of times easier than just having it in Addictive Drums. Because then I can also use the fades and stuff like that, right? I can just do like this and really decide how it comes in, which is quite nice. Now this one, let's unwarp it and let's just... Now it sounds a bit fucked at the moment, but bear with me. Let's grab a nice precise EQ. And maybe leave that in for now so we can see it more here. So we have the fundamental here, right? So if I just, let's do a low cut. Let's just go all the way to there. Let's just cut that all off. And maybe we'll put this on natural phase. Cool. So now we have no fundamental in this layer whatsoever. And then we can use a frequency shifter after this. And we can shift this around. Because now we really only have the resonance. We've taken the fundamental out of this. So you can get all those kind of different sounds, group those together, maybe add like a saturator or something, boost the hell out of that. Or just a good amount. Maybe we'll use that one. And then we can start and then if it wants to be a bit shorter, we have that one. If we want some more noise, we can maybe make this one a bit slower. Quite nice. So we can really it's quite nice. Does it matter too much that the snare can be any pitch? No, it doesn't really matter what pitch it is. I do like using... For drums, I do like using pitches that are related to the key of the track. So, let's say if you're writing in E minor, like I'm doing right now, then the kick would probably be either E or B, which is the fifth of E, right? So, depending on if I want like a more like subby kick that is like more the same, like hitting at the same pitch as the sub bass, then I would use E. And if I want a kick that sits above the sub bass that has a bit more of a higher tone, then maybe I would go for like a B instead to make it sit above the sub to begin with so that it has a bit of a higher tone. And the same for snares. Like snares you can go all out most of the time. Like we can really choose all kinds of pitches. But I do like to do one that is sort of like in the scale most of the time, because it does tend to make it sound a bit better, in my opinion. But like we can, if we have with some hats, maybe we'll mute that one for now. Now the snare is really loud compared to the rest. Let's back this down a bit. There we go. It also needs to be shaped a bit because the acoustic one is a bit too long in my opinion. But like we can go in here and we can change that fundamental because now it's a B. But we could also take the C, for instance, which is a sixth of the scale. But then we obviously would have to tune the resonance along with it. So that's a bit of a hard thing to do now, but if we just play it like that, now it's a C, which would be the sixth of the scale. We could also maybe go to that, which would be D, which is the seventh of the scale. Or we could make it E, which is that. See, it really doesn't matter too much. I also think what also sometimes works is just using the chorus pitch here and just go until you like the tone of it. Like you can be like, oh, that works, and then just be like, what is that? Okay, that's roughly an F. So, right, it doesn't have to be precise. A lot of times when I'm actually just designing drums for like sample packs, I'll just use the chorus pitch and just pitch it around. Especially when I've made like one that sounds good, then I'll just start pitching it around and see if I can make like variations on it that way. But when I'm working on a track, then most of the time doing it this way is pretty helpful, because then you can just say like, the note going into this is C, so if I leave the semitones at 0, it's gonna be a C. But then if I want to have it at a B, just put that at -1. And then this layer is really gonna matter a lot. But probably wanna do this one after you've got like some other elements, so that you've got something to work with and you know, pitch it against, because now we only have a kick and some hats in this section. And also you can play around with cutting out more, like just taking those upper resonances, for instance. And because I have bounced these samples, because I've bounced different velocity layers as well, like if we open up one of them, see, I just went in, I just bounced like multiple velocities of one snare from Addictive Drums. So I can just do this and just go to a different one. Not sure why we're not seeing everyone. Let's do that. For some reason it's not snapping to the right thing. That's kind of weird. Maybe because warping is off. Let me turn warp on. Then just set that to repitch. And then I should be able to do that. And then go to a different one. See how that one sounds. These sound pretty similar, honestly. But see, that one has a lot less resonance. Some of the other ones that I bounced sound very similar from one to the other. But sometimes taking a different sample here can really make it sit well in the mix. But that kind of, you know, you want to do that when you have the full thing, I guess. When you've got a drop going. Which we don't yet. So, let's think about that. By the way, what happens if I We still have it, right? Yeah, still do. I mean, it actually works. This one just wants to be a bit louder, eh? Maybe a bit less of that low end. But the vocal was definitely not matching this. I mean, as a temporary vocal, maybe we'll keep it. Okay, that definitely didn't work. This one also wants a bit more. Oh, the delay is messed up there. Let me actually just freeze this one so that we don't have to worry about that. I said we were gonna come back to the piano. I definitely don't think that vocal's fitting, but hey, whatever. For now, it fills the little bit of emptiness there. So I can always change it with something else later.
And it has the potential to be hazardous.
And that snare is way too fucking loud. Way too big of a snare with that layer. What kind of a snare do I want for this? Probably gonna want to make a bass first, but do I have a snare that we can use for the time being? Pop, pop, pop. Maybe one of the noise packs. What snares are in there? The one that sounds good enough? Oh, that sounds pretty decent. Kinda nice. Didn't I make one myself? That would be perfect. And okay, this might be a bit of a maybe if I see the name, I'm like, oh yeah, that's it. Nope. Do it in here so that I can play that real quick. Do it here. Maybe that could be a starting point. Still don't like it, but hey, we'll see. We need a bass. That's what we need for sure. We need a bass line. But what? Big.
And it has the potential to be hazardous.
Still looking for a better snare. One. Big. What are your thoughts on producers using Ableton Live to build one sound at a time so as to focus on that sound, then saving, coming back later and mixing it with more saved content? I mean, whatever works, works. I would say whatever works, works. Yeah, I'm, let me check. Didn't I have a nice break that might have a good snare in it? Let's see. Yeah. Can't find a good snare at the moment. For some reason. Let's just make bass. Let's just do that. And then we'll see what happens. I know which one I can drop in here. In here. Let's just grab, where is it? In here, and then snares. And then it should be called something with clap. Probably this one. Or was it that one? No. Could also be this one. I think it was that one. But the fundamental isn't right, but I think I have it. I think that's the same one. Just chuck that in there. What if we chuck that in this group? And then we just take this out. No? Home? Oh yeah, of course, this one. Take that one out and leave these two. Does the job for now. There we go. I'm gonna mute the piano for now because I think it's gonna put me off in terms like what kind of bass line we're gonna have to do. Let's see if I can think of something.
And it has the potential to be hazardous.
Yeah, I'm not too sure on it either yet. That's pretty generic. And then sometimes it does make something that's relatively interesting. Maybe I should put in 172 BPM as well. Probably gonna be better, because then we get like more drum and bassy kind of things. I do feel like sometimes it's it can be good for generating like shaker things and stuff like that. That it can be pretty good at. Read that it's a combo of samples from database and resynthesis. It's both. Oh, nice. interesting. Like, I can imagine if they also start expanding it further later, you know, I'm not sure, like, how big the database is, of course, but, like... I mean, that is definitely more drum and bass than it was before. Still pretty shit. Yo, later, Davey. But like, if we, for instance, say metallic percussion shaker, and let's see what it gives me. I find for those kind of things it can be relatively interesting sometimes. See, because it generates stuff like that. See, so that can be pretty interesting sometimes. I actually like that one. That's a weird shaker. And that one could also be pretty useful. See, so it does... It can be nice for some things like that. What if we do metallic percussion by itself? Wait for that one to finish. That could maybe be interesting as well. And probably has a little bit more freedom to choose something. DJ Lion Mix King? Yo, I'm back. Have I seen you before? Or are you top notch in disguise? Because I think it should be about time his time out is over as well. Let's see. That's actually pretty cool. That's pretty interesting. Okay, it just started making a build. Like, some of these are alright. If you just want to have some stuff like that, then download that one as well. What's that? Sure. Because it'll include probably the separate layers, so let's see. Try Epic Cinematic Riser with a dark and ominous feel. Okay, we can try that. We'll do Epic Cinematic Riser with a dark and ominous feel. And then instead of that, I'll do a E minor, because we're in E minor. taking its good old time. Come on. You can do it. Just go to the website of Output and you'll find it. It's on their homepage at the moment. Not really a riser, but it definitely has a bit of a dark and ominous feel. But it does create some interesting layers. Like that weird stringy kind of layer there could be interesting. And sometimes the percussion things that it makes are actually pretty interesting. Nothing rises, no. There was a little bit of a thing that came up at the end. I think it has more like gone for the epic cinematic with a dark and ominous feel. To be honest. Let's do a riser with a dark and ominous feel. Sometimes you just have to tweak it a bit and just you know, try out a bunch of different things. I find the same thing is with like you know, with like those image generation things. Like it's sometimes a lot of a matter of trial and error with like what prompts you use and how the result comes out. And that's the same with this. What the fuck? That's a great riser, mate. I'm gonna tell you, none of these is gonna be a riser. So far, I've not heard a single riser. Hey, that's just the same thing. Almost. So it's definitely taking samples as well, see? Maybe just the percussion ones are more like sample based. And that's why they sound so good compared to the rest. Well, now it should not give us any drums, right? We're literally just asking for a riser in 172 BPM that is in the key of E minor. That's all we're asking for. Let's test if it actually, if it understands that. Okay, I'm not impressed. Hey? Okay, not really, but I was like, hey, is that a riser? But no, it's more like an ARP that does a weird fucking thing that makes no sense. Yeah, it doesn't really understand that. I mean, there's things in it you can probably use, right? So it's like, whatever. It had something, yeah, exactly. And that's the thing, though. Like, it does include like the separate layers, so that's nice. But still, I mean, we did download a couple. Let me. Oh yeah, I did some metallic percussion ones. Let me drop those in the folder. Like, I find those are still pretty usable, and I'm quite interested to see what other things it has included with it. because those I just literally asked for like a shaker. So let's see what other things it has included in that one. There. So we have metallic percussion here. Let me do... There we go. So then we get... Those are pretty useful, actually. Yeah, it's probably based on this amp packs, I agree. So what has it put in the sample pack then? Okay. I mean, some of those are definitely nice. Yeah, but like all these samples are like 172 beats per minute. See, these are all 172. And as like layers, sometimes that could be pretty helpful. It's arcade based. I don't have arcade anyway, so I don't know. But hey, some of these are still pretty helpful. Hey, these say G minor. Oh, because I didn't include the key in that one. Of course. That's why. So what has it included in this one? Just a lot of stuff. Just all kinds of different shakers. I mean, that's quite helpful. Got like a bunch of new 172 shaker loops to just chuck in and try out. And these could be pretty good for like intros. Like stuff like that. So firstly, I don't even matter where they're from, because those are pretty good. And in this one, we got more. Yeah, we just got a whole bunch more. Okay. So it's not like completely useless. I've never used arcade, so I can't really comment on that. And at least for now, like, it's free, so yeah, why not? Oh yeah, this thing was really weird. That's a really weird vibe. I'm not sure if that's gonna work, but it landed on that for some reason.
Hazardous. 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 and it has the potential to be hazardous.
Not really, but I'm gonna save this one though.
And it has
Because I might use this at some. Also, I think the DPI of my mouse has changed. Yeah, that's more like what it used to be. Yeah, not completely useless, exactly. It definitely has some kind of use still. Like if you just want some extra shaker things to try out or something, or like some other percussive things, because I bet if you just tell it like bongo at like 172 beats per minute or something, you're gonna get some pretty good results as well. Or like taiko or something like that. Like you can probably feed it a bunch of different like percussive sounds, the names of percussive sounds, and just the BPM, and it'll probably just give you some pretty decent results. Like I think as long as you keep it pretty simple, like don't give it like too crazy instructions, like make me something that is like you know. Well, it says you can also feed in like artist names and shit, so I'm not entirely sure. Maybe you can get pretty specific, but let me save this one real quick. Random bass 1. I'll figure out what to name it later. Can continue with this one. Let's get rid of that. Let's go back to here. Really quiet.
hazardous. 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 Hazardous.
Oh yeah, the bass underneath there. Let's get rid of that note maybe.
Hazardous. 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 Hazardous.
I'm thinking what kind of bass line I want to do. No clue.
And it has the
Yeah, okay, that sounds alright. Entire way through. God damn it. Why do I always get stuck when I get to the bass? What else did I make? How's that? Maybe that sounds interesting. Okay.
And it has the potential to be hazardous.
Don't like it a lot, but maybe we can... what if we... Okay. Not sure if that is actually doing much at this point. That is. Very subtle. Still don't like it, but hey, we're getting somewhere with this one. Let's see what we get. What if we do? Kind of sounds interesting. No way to add like loop points in here, isn't it? That would be nice if they can add that, like a way to like. Is it on one shot? No, I don't think there is. But like a way to like add like loop points so that you can have say like, okay, I like this shape now, but I would like to, for instance, loop this section. So that when it gets to that section, it starts looping that, for instance. That would be sick if you can do that, because you can do that in Serum. And that makes it actually pretty cool, because then you can create like that shape and then this starts looping, for instance. And then you get a pretty cool effect. We can still make that, of course, but we would have to resample it. Or we would have to split this up completely. Which is also possible. But because this is mapped to multiple things, and there's no real like modulation matrix yet, which I hope they will add in the future as well. There's not really an easy way to see like what this is all mapped to. Like, well, this is currently what it's mapped to, but if you have like multiple things going here as well, then it starts becoming a little bit difficult to figure out what everything is it's mapped to. So, but we could, for instance, freeze that. That's the only issue now, then it will become destructive when we do this. And we can group. Like I can of course still make it. That kind of pattern, for instance. Then of course we would have to fix it because it doesn't look perfectly there. If we just do that, it's still a bit fucked. So, but it sounds better. Right, so we can kind of make it the way I was saying. But it's so much more of a hassle to do it this way. Right? Compared to like just being able to do it in the synth.
And it has the potential to be hazardous.
It would be so much easier to be able to just do it in the synth. I mean, there are other ways of doing it, I guess. I guess we can do it in the synth because it's not too complicated yet of a patch. Like if I want to see if we can make something interesting, because I do like the first hit, kinda. So what if we take that and then do that. And do that. And then we do on. Yeah, see, now I have to check. So there, there, and there. 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 And then we want to have it here. Now obviously we get it on this one as well, so now we would have to, such an annoying thing, now we would have to do a macro on all of those second ones so that we can turn it off on the first part and then turn it on right there and back off. See, now we can still doable, but it's more annoying. But now we do have more control because we can now I can, for instance, go into the automation, and if I do and here we probably want to go that. Yeah. Why are you not doing anything? Oh, that's why.
Hazardous.
Mm-hmm. Let's grab some noise. I wish it could go a little faster. But that kind of works. Drop. There. Yeah, I wish it could go faster. Well, we can make it faster. If we just do this. Make the shape twice. Now it's faster.
Hazardous. 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 Hazardous.
Let's see.
And it has the potential to be hazardous.
Still not really enjoying where the drop is going, but something. Yeah, we can get rid of that one because... Also, how much distortion is on this thing? Because it feels... Yeah, there's quite a bit. Let's just back that down a bit.
And it has the potential to be hazardous.
No, don't like it. Okay.
And it has the potential to be hazardous.
It's
To be hazardous.
Okay, let's loop you. We do that. What if we do? Yeah, that'll work. Something like that for now. And then we can play in with the patch. Right. Okay. Probably want to have some distortion first of all. Have that there. And then let's go and do some stuff to this. So let's see what we can find. Here. Down. Do some FM. See what we get. Make that move a bit. Let's not do that one here. Let's delete that one. Create another Morph EQ. Because then we can use key tracking on... Oh wait, yes we can. Do like this, and then can change this. See if this works. And then drop this on the morph. And then if I grab another one of these, let's do one shot. We can play with speed here, and then if I put that on here as well, that one. One is that? That's the key tracking, yeah. Interesting. Okay, let's read that one. Top is gone. Bring it back if we want. Actually cancelling out. How late is it, by the way? 12:55. Okay. I'm gonna have to stop streaming soon, but oops. That. Come on. Probably want to give it another layer. Probably want to do that separate from this one. Yeah, and I'm kind of out of ideas for tonight, to be quite honest. Oh, I also forgot that that one was still there. Yeah, I'm kind of out of ideas, so don't really know where to take it from here. Need to make more bases, that's for sure. But now my ears are tired. So, and it's getting really late. Maybe we'll do a bass sound design stream soon, and just make basses all stream. That might be a good thing to do. Just spend an entire stream just making basses and resampling things, and just making myself a whole thing full of basses. That might be good. Still need to make samples for Patreon as well for this month, so maybe that can be a good thing to do. Then I'll drop them on Patreon as well. Yeah, thanks for being here. I'll be back next week. Maybe I'll stream. Maybe I'll stream with Christmas. I'm free of work, so I might stream with Christmas sometime, which is that's Monday and Tuesday this year, right? Yeah, I believe so. So maybe Monday I'll see. Maybe Monday. So check out the Discord, I guess. I'll drop a link to the Discord in the chat. Also, now I noticed, has the bot actually been working today? The Streamlabs bot? I don't think I see any messages from the... Oh yeah, there is one. So it has been working. Okay, if you want to get samples and stuff, you can get those on Patreon. Patreon, I have like 18 gig of samples right now on there. So if you want to have samples, then check that out. Yeah, if I go live on Monday, I'll let you all know. I'll try and see if I can make something before then and have a little bit of a starting point of something to work on. And then we'll work from there. That's probably a little bit nicer if I at least have a starting point for a drop. And then we'll see what we can do. Anyways, thanks for being here. Thanks, Medic. You're not here anymore probably, but thanks for the donations. And I hope to see you all in the next one. I'll be in the Discord afterwards, so if you have any more questions, just drop them in there. And yeah, hope to see you all in the next one. Peace.
And it has the potential to be hazardous.